Right then. First things first, I want to get some log. Well, I've got some log, but I want to make a new log and I want to get a screenshot. So, let us proceed. Okay, so I'm going to slightly overlap this guy, screenshot of that, and then quit. Don't know. Right, bottom of this log. What does it say the overlap of that sprite was? Okay, match that up in a sprite, which is not on the string. Oh, brilliant. Not set that up yet. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, Lord. There we go. We don't actually care about that particularly. We want that image. There we go. All right. So here we have a spaceship and a sentry facing the wrong way, but we'll deal with that later. The ship is where? It's at 378,191. Well, that's going to be correct, but let's just prove that anyway. 378,191. 378,191. 378. 191 is there. 32 by 32 is that. That looks about correct to me. And we're very slightly overlapping the bottom portion of that sprite. Well, that sprite is at 383,167. We're only interested in the bit that starts at 383,191. Check that as well. 383,191. Okay, I'm going to fill that in as well. Dunk. Just so I remember where it is. 383,191. Oh, 191 ought to be that first row. It is. 383. So yeah, that's the bottom of that sprite. 383 was the left-hand side, so it would be 32 pixels from there. Let me check. Yeah, 191. It was 191, wasn't it? Is that where I put it? Must be. Yeah. Code one. And then the source region is, that's the top left, which I think is correct. So we're going from, we're not clipping anything on the left because this sprite is to the right of it. Well, let's just say 0.24. I could actually do with, instead of filling that, can I just draw an outline? Can a sprite do that? Or I could just make another layer, to be fair. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just do that. New layer. Alright, and then we'll do the same thing again. Zonk, but we will make this layer a bit less opaque. That loop. So now let's do the same thing with the turret. Oh, that wasn't on screen. Never mind. Okay, so the sentry is at 383,167. $383,167. There we go, and it's 32 by 32, which is that size. So, bright yellow, I think, for you. Clunk. Yeah, we could actually do that being on a different layer as well. So many layers. Yikes. That's better. So that makes it very bleeding obvious where our overlap is, which is that bit. So that we've worked out correctly. That's 383, 191. We've got that. But for some reason, where's the code gone? I mean, we're saying it's a 32 by 32 region, which is just completely wrong. It's like we're just not offsetting it at all. 024, let's make sure that's right. So it would be, that's 20, we're starting on the 24th row of this sprite, so that should be about there. Yeah, there's 25, so 24 is that. So yeah, that's correct. That offset is right. So that is all correct. We're just not calculating the width and height of that source region for some reason. Must just be mad code. Pause for tea. It is non-specified berry tea today, tea fans. Just in case, because I know some people like to know. Okay. Let's look at the code then. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Yeah, so that's not going to work that way. I suppose, I mean, at this point, I could just clip the size based on the left and top offsets. But it seems like we should just be calculating it correctly in the first place. Like, if we already know that that's happening there, then we should be able to say overlap region size x minus equals the same amount, surely. Is that reasonable? It feels reasonable. Hello there, cat peasant. Welcome in. How are you doing today? We wouldn't need to change the left clip here. Good, thank you. How are you? Glad to hear it. Right. I'm doing the standard British thing of like being slightly relieved that the sun has stopped boiling me alive, but now I'm complaining because it's raining. You know, standard thing. I'm just not happy whatever the weather is. But quietly, I prefer the rain to hot. I feel much cozier when it rains. I think given the choice of, I'll put it this way, given the choice of sunbathing on a beach versus cuddling a cup of tea next to a log fire while it pours down, it's the latter. Storm here, but it hasn't hit us yet, mate. This is slightly. Oh, well, it does. Unless you want a big storm, of course. Oh, hello there, Bean. Thank you for checking in. I think me and Beam are quite keen on a big storm so that our ears work again. Ridiculously. But mine has just been, just one of my ears, which is the strangest part, has just not really worked properly for the past week. I would quite appreciate whatever is going on with the air pressure if it would kindly pack that in so that I stop having to fucking whack my ear every time I need to talk to somebody. I'd rather choose the former of those options. Yeah, fair enough. Heard everyone discussing cozy tea. All true. Yeah. I would think I was saying just before peasant, excuse me, cat peasant. I can't call you peasant. That's just rude. Before cat peasant got here, that yeah, I'm on the berry tea today because I know people like to take notes on the tea. It feels like a berry tea sort of day. Peasant. Because a cat peasant is a very different thing to a human peasant, I think. A peasant's a lot better than a human peasant. Your partner decided IKEA meatballs are happening tonight, so I'm going to brave the elements for that. I had a housemate when I was a student, my housemate Ellen. She had a thing going for months where it was a sort of a running gag that every time she went to IKEA, she would have meatballs and she would eat like 75% of it, and the fire alarm would go off. And they would go, terribly sorry, you're all going to have to leave. We'll give you a voucher for free meatballs. And so she would leave, and then she would come back with her voucher for free meatballs. And the fire alarm would go off again. And this happened about 4 or 5 times in a row. And it's only now, as I'm telling that story, that I've realised it was her setting the fire alarm off. Anyway. What was I just doing? I was wondering, yeah, okay, so that and then the same for the Y. That seems perfectly reasonable, but this is the sort of code where when I wrote it the first time, it seemed perfectly reasonable and it was bullshit. So this is probably also bullshit, let's be honest. Going to work and luck? Yep, fair enough, cat peasant. Thank you for the luck. It does feel like I'm missing something there, though. I'm not comfortable with this whole block of code. Something about it just doesn't fit. It feels like I've written a block of code here where, I mean, this is not my problem with it, but it feels like I've written this block of code to calculate a bunch of things when I've already got those values. You know what I mean? Like, some part of my brain is aware that this is not correct, but not a conscious part. So I just get a slightly eerie feeling when I look at it. It'll become apparent, I imagine. Blech, mouthful of tea bag. That's not what we want. There we go. There, I'll probably stop that. What does the log say? That's better, but it's still wrong. 12 is right, 32 is not. Okay. So we need to clip. No, wait, that's literally what I've just done, isn't it? Oh, so okay, so we aren't clipping any of the left. Okay. I'm just not clipping against the rect, against the... Yeah, I know what I mean. So we need to do the... something very similar to that as well. Right, so having calculated all that, then we would say, oh, the region size X is what? It's not really the size. I mean, the size is what we want to clamp, but we don't have a size to clamp it against. We've only got a right-hand position. So, pictures, my brain is melting. It's right. So we've got that position, or we can calculate it easily enough. Ouch. So we need to make sure that it's not the left position, because the left position might be clipped. So it's the right position plus the width needs to be clipped to that. Okay. It feels like something we're doing up there anyway. Because we're essentially clipping the top left there, but just not the bottom right. Okay. I think that makes sense. It's cutty pasty. No, it is you, and it would be sprite size, wouldn't it? Do we not have it? Where are we setting that actually? Oh, last source region, okay. Actually, this is going to get interesting when. Oh, God. Okay, think about that in a minute. You. Sprite size? No, it's half frame size. What do I want? What do I want? Oh, there, frame width, frame height. Oh, they're not in a vec. How annoying. Like this line of code at all. Echo. Don't want that. There we go. Oh, things are. What am I doing? What am I doing? You can tell I've been doing Unreal. Right, okay. That's what I meant. What's your problem? Is one of those an int? Yes. Are you a unsigned child? Yes. You're an int now. Well done. Congratulations on your promotion. Right, it's not going to be clamped by them. In fact, it's not even really a clamp, it's just a min. Isn't it? I think it's just a min. Just a min. And also, oh, my brain hurts. It always does. Permanent brain pain. A sprite. So the value I've got is that, and I want to cut that off, which requires me, okay, to add that width to the left or to the sprite position, and then clamp that, and then subtract the sprite position again. Gadzooks, or the inverse of that. The code. Off. Get off. It's the one thing that does drive me a bit spare about Visual Studio Code is it's constantly putting pop-ups on the screen, and they're all focusable, so you can accidentally click on them. It sort of drives me a bit spare. Anyway, I just need to stop poking at things with the mouse, clearly. I'm going to get rid of this completely. Just do X for a start. Right, fine. Do it this way. Right, fine. That's what it's called. Good. Index. Screen pos. X plus. In fact, it's right there. That's the source region, but that's correct. because we might be clipped against the screen. Okay, so that's the right hand position. We want to clamp that against the right hand position of the sprite that we're erasing. We don't need to. That's not right now, is it? You're adding the wrong thing. Come on, can it fit on the screen? Yes, it can. Source region. Yeah. Okay. So then, what do I want to call that? Width diff, I guess. And that would be which way round for the subtract? Yes, so if this is positive, we want to subtract that from the width. So yeah, we subtract width diff from the overlaps source region width. Which I guess we could do there. Except if we want to clamp that, or we want to we don't want it if it's negative. So and then the other thing we want to do is take that out of this loop, because we don't need to recalculate it every time. We don't even need to do it per plane. Probably done in here, doesn't it? Ominous to do. I guess we'll find out. Okay. Give me new numbers. And more tea. Okay, that seems vaguely more reasonable. 383, 375, that's 8. Yeah, and that's off by 8. We're starting from 20 and we're drawing 12 rows. That's also correct. Right. I suspect this is going to break as soon as we clip on different parameters, but clipping from the top right or the bottom left, however you look at it, seems to work. So can we actually do the rendering yet without it screwing up horribly? Yeah, I'm going to have to comment that back out again in a second, because as soon as we do clip on the other sides and it breaks, trying to draw it with those dodgy numbers will just crash it. Oh, hello. That answered that question pretty quickly. Okay, let's restart DOSBox. And then see if we can find out what in there. That's deeply strange that we always get a second overlap. That just has to, I mean, those numbers are silly, so we must just be obliterating memory there. Because we've only got one overlap, so how can there be two? Especially given they're the same one. So it's fair to say that rendering with those numbers is still incorrect. I don't really get why. Oh, well, I mean, that's not going to help. Okay, right. Now I remember this is a... So this is just trying to render too early. We aren't actually overlapping here. Yeah, this sprite is at 168. So a 32 pixel sprite from there, the last row it draws is going to be 199. Where at 200, it's not overlapping us. So we shouldn't have tried to draw that. So it's no wonder it exploded. Okay. I mean, I could catch it by saying, you know, if either of these, the area that we're trying to draw is 0, then don't draw anything, but we shouldn't be sending it to draw in the first place. So, it must just be a more than equal somewhere in the decision about who overlaps. Is it just that one? It's the only more than or equals there, so I assume that must be it. Oh, hello, Dora's woken up. Hi Dora, what you shouting at? It is 10:30 and thus not anywhere near lunchtime. Okay. Okay, big yawns. Well, me meowing at my cat while we wait for the compiler. Is DOSBox going to behave sensibly after that reset? Because sometimes it goes a bit weird and it needs to be properly quit and restarted. Seems all right. Do we still get an immediate crash? Yes, we do. So that was not the issue. Restart that, back to there. I'll put that back. Oh, good, spam. Get wrecked. Get in the bin. Now I've got to resize this chat window so that I can close the pop-up. Curse all web developers. Right, to the code. Okay. It seems really odd that I would have to say if diff x is less than size x minus 1, size y minus 1. That doesn't seem right at all. Besides, it wouldn't be. Let's look at that log again. Ah, okay. No, this is okay. So it's maybe it did work then. We've just got the crash is unrelated. 168, 199. Yeah, I agree with that. We would get 1 pixel of overlap for that. All right. So in which case, that change that I made a second ago is in fact correct, which I now can't undo. There we go. Redo rather. Okay, so that's correct. But we've got a different issue anyway, which is just it don't like rendering any of this. Strange. Well, I suppose what we could do, it's not going to be that useful, but we can do the magic simplify, if I can spell it. And that tells us that, yeah, unsurprisingly, it crashed inside draw render item clip compiled, which I kind of knew, but, you know, nice to confirm, I suppose. So, excuse me, draw render item clip compiled works if we don't send overrides, which means more than likely we are calculating those overrides incorrectly for what this function expects. What? What'd she scream at? Being a daft girl. Right. Who was that? I wonder if we don't use that directly anyway, do we? Here too. No. We don't use that directly anywhere. So it's not just that we're half using the override and half using the other values. I'm trying to find a way of solving this that doesn't involve printing out a boatload of numbers into the log. I think I'm just going to have to do that. Back to where we were. There's the arrays function gone. See us somewhere. Arrays. Oh, there it is. Blink. Because what numbers exactly are we printing out at the end here? We're printing out everything at the end of that source region. Top left XY, size XY. And then the screen pulse, which is that one. And they all look reasonable to me. And they look kind of like the numbers I would expect that function to calculate for itself. So I'm a bit puzzled by that. Get off. Is it something stupid like... No, that should all be fine. I mean, we could do... calculating all of this stuff anyway, even though we're then overriding it. It's not possible that any of this calculation could crash, though, is it? Because it's all just part of the... It's clip region. Oh, it's for the screen. Well, that's a terrible name for a variable. I did not anticipate that that was what that was. Excuse me. It's a bit better. That's not the right ball. The none of this is going to do anything silly unless... Oh, hello. Well, that's not going to work now, is it? Yeah, we're using these separately outside of that value, outside of these structs, because we're overriding the structs. We're not overriding any of that. So this is going to be wrong. Get off with your damn pop-ups. Okay, so, I mean, we're shoving it into region render item top left, so we could just use that. Get off, my God. Which is override region. I mean, it's just region. Region top left X. There's another one there. Cursors. Oh, no, it's fine. Any more for any more. Do you know what I am gonna... Yeah, I am. I'm gonna rename all of these just to make sure I find them. Right. Those are the only ones I care about. Any others are wrong. No. Any more while you're on? 1284. There he is. Right, you're not top offset. You are region top left Y. Yeah, it's no wonder that died. Okay. That everything? You sure? Excuse me. There we go. I'm ready to run this again. Quick check. Well, in theory. I think it's still going to crash. It crashed. Yeah, and it's doing it in the same way. We're still obliterating memory somehow. So the way that this is very irritating. They attempted to do the same thing then. Doesn't look like that's used, but let's make sure. In fact, where do I think it's used up to that point? So actually what I could have done, instead of renaming those, is could just scope them. No, I can't, because I need that outside. Oh, yeah, no, I can't then. Oh, yeah. Fine. Renames it is. Well, actually, no, I can scope that bit, can't I? Oh, my lord. Right. No, because I need those outside. What am I doing? It's exactly the same issue. Oh, God. Right. Fine. Back to renaming. If I do it in reverse order like this, the pop-ups don't get in my way. Not useful. It's another way of saying, wish Visual Studio would shut up with its helpful pop-ups sometimes. So that should be all of them. I'm sure at some point later I'll be very puzzled why these variable names all have underscores at the beginning. Dora, it's 11:15. It's still not lunchtime. You'll know when it's lunchtime because I will get up and get your lunch for you, because that's how lunchtime works. That's right, yes. I'm glad you understand. Okay. So it's not that then, because that compiled fine. That doesn't matter because we're going to override it anyway. I mean, we're not actually using that outside of that, are we? No. Now we've turned that off, so that's just going to be screen pulse. Let's fix this, what we've just calculated. That's fine. That's the one that we're passing in, right? Yep. Fine, fine, that's fine, that's fine. That is all fine. That all looks fine to me. That's using region. It's calculated there, that's calculated there. Region again. I suppose that would at least be vaguely useful. You could possibly reinstate some of this stuff as well. If only to see what sort of data it thinks it's working with. Hello, no, not you. Yeah. Okay. So let's have the lot. Mm-hmm. We actually use that. Now that I think about it. It's probably the most useful one. But we can do that because we can set that flag. That's not, well, that's going to confuse me because those numbers are then not used. And I need underscores. But if it is somehow using these numbers instead of the overrides, then I guess it will be useful to have them printed out. And then what we can do is we can just set that flag before we call this and then clear it on the way out. Excuse me? I'm sure there's a reason you did that. Charge tomorrow. There we go. So that will limit the spew to just this overlapping spread. I mean, it's going to crash anyways, but see what we can get out of it before it does crash. Possibly nothing. But if that's the case, then we can probably just comment out all of the pixel rights inside that function, and that is probably enough to prevent the crash. Oh, I see. This is our new trick, isn't it, Dora? Climbing on the coffee table. Well, how about this? You do that because I normally tell you off. How about this as a new option? I'm not going to tell you off anymore. You can sit on the coffee table as much as you like. It's not going to get you lunch any faster. You can look at me with your grumpy face as much as you want. It's 10 to 11. What a pesky cat. Oh, I don't know. Bang. And that's dead. But did we get anything in the log? We got something in the log. It's especially interesting that it does this second write. I mean, I guess I'm just going to continue assuming because these numbers are just silly, especially those ones, that this is a result of a memory override. So we'll look at this one instead. Okay. Source 1. That seems, if source is what I think it is, that seems wrong already. Please use source 1. Wait a minute, that number's... Oh no, sorry, that's the width. Okay, yeah, so we're drawing the first 27 pixels. Okay, so 5. Yeah, that is correct. Okay, compiled sprite TBLR, which is this guy, so we ignore that. Where's the next one? Plane 0, source 1. Not that one. Yeah, there's no mention of a row. Where is that? Number of rects. It must be above the loop then. There it is. What is there? Row start. 384, 199. That seems pretty accurate to me. That's interesting. I was expecting these numbers to be completely wrong. And then you're going to draw 7 pixels. That is probably correct. If we're drawing 27, yeah, one of the rows, one of the planes will draw 7 pixels for that. Source 131. Oh, this is source plane, okay. Actually, yeah, and row 31, if we have a look at the image, we're so far down the image. I mean, this is not the correct results, but row 31 doesn't have any pixels in it. It's just a big transparent row. So it would be correct to just draw nothing, which appears to be what it's doing. Skipping transparent run. But then what are you doing after that? So that's kind of interesting in itself because it isn't drawing anything. And so the fact that it's not trying to write any pixels means it can't be obliterating memory because it's not writing anything. So there's something else is causing this mysterious second overlap. Oh, hello. Can I ask an unrelated question? How did you arrive at a palette? Is it standard VGA or some other method? I cheated massively with the palette because, yeah, that's something that I don't remember, interestingly enough. Well, I think this is interesting. When I was a kid going through, you know, as we've discussed before, going through our mate Lamoth's book, I don't know where the palettes came from. I guess I must have just used whatever he had on his CD-ROM. So, because it was the first time it really occurred to me when I did the jam game of this, was like, I actually have to decide what 256 colours I'm going to use. And so, finally, getting to the point, I cheated and used this, which is the palette from Quake 1, which was a terrible decision, it turns out, because there's no bright green for a start, and it's quite a lot of brown and pale. It's not very spacey, but it's what I went with. So at some point, I do intend to change that. Because I want to, because the other thing that comes with it is you're sort of locked into their palette effects in a sense, and yeah, I want to do palette stuff later on, which means I'm going to end up having to just recreate the palette. Yes, I think when I come to make a new palette for this, I think I'm just going to be slightly more sensible about it and say, you know, the sprites are given a budget of, I don't know, 32 or 64 colours that we have to fit everything into, and then the environment can have another chunk, and then we'll have 16, 32, whatever, left over for special effects. That's the idea anyway. We'll see how well that works in practice. Is that related to that number? 617 minus cursors, that's over the screen. 617 minus 383. 234. That doesn't really seem to have any significance. I thought maybe they were doubled or something, which again wouldn't have that much significance, but it would be. There's not a second item in this array. So how are we looping over two of these? Especially given they're the same damn sprite. Wait a minute. I'm making an assumption here. 383168. I don't have Thailand. Oh, actually, Thailand's not going to be that useful for this, is it? No. Okay, back to A sprite then. A sprite, plunk. Stuff like picking colours stresses me out. What do you mean I actually have to make a decision to commit to it? Absolutely, yes, 100%. That is why I went, well, id seem to know what they're doing, so I'll just use their palette. And yes, regretted this at multiple points after that. Anyway, so those numbers are not going to match this picture, but they're going to be vaguely close. 378 one. Oh no, that's me. I don't care about that one. 383 168. 383 168. Is that there by any chance? It is. Okay, so it's a pixel lower, but it's fine. So that's there. And then what was I going to check there? Yeah, where's 617334? 617334. I don't know if we can even fit it on the screen here, but we can probably fit it in there. I've said so many words, I've forgotten that number. What was that number? 617334. 617334. 617334. 61733. 61. Crikey, that is getting close. 6173334. That is a very long way away, and it's well outside the visible area. But my question is there an enemy there at that location in the map? And is, in fact, the bug here the code that's calculating whether any of these things are overlapping in the first place? We do need Thailand, but that means I need to sort it out on OBS. Hang on a minute. Just enjoy Dora's background screaming when I do this. There we go. So, I mean, it's possibly that guy. It's a little odd, though. I mean, surely that guy or that guy depends on how broken the overlap code is, though. I wonder. Okay, there's a way we can prove this, isn't there? Because we know they're the same sprite, which is really just the same image. No, it's very clearly saying there's only one overlap. No, it's not that. It isn't that. So what the hell is it then? How are you going through this loop twice? Like, if it was a loop, like a manual loop where I had to increment the counter myself, I'd go, oh, okay, it's just, you know, I've fat fingered and I've forgotten to put the loop increment in. But that's not what this is. This is a straightforward for each overlap in that array. And we've printed out right there that there's one element in that array. And yet, this debug line is printed out twice. And the second time, operating with dodgy numbers, it explodes. How is it doing that? That is the same thing there. Am I decrementing overlap index at any point? Nope. Nope. Let's have some paranoid logging. This is our index, and that is overlap count. Build. Kabang. Oh, I forgot to put a new line in. Over 1. It's not less than or equal to, is it? No. I mean, what? Have I forgotten how for loops work? It looks completely trivial to me. Even more of this paranoid nonsense. Josh Dora, it's not lunchtime. It's 11:05. Yeah, you give that a kicking. Cool. Total overlap 0, total 1. End of loop for overlap 0, start of loop for overlap 0. So you come. Oh, is it a different plane? Oh, for God's sake, I'm just doing all 4 planes, aren't I? Ooh, that's all it is. Okay, fine. Right, so it's the numbers we're calculating here that are nonsense then. Right. Okay, fine. Turns out numbers do add up correctly. After all, panic over. I don't have to invent a new branch of maths to make sense of my own code. It was just rubbish code. Okay, so that says to me that we're keeping the calculations from the first plane and then we're doing them again over the top for the next plane. Like we're accumulating values that we shouldn't be. I mean, we're not going to be changing these. We shouldn't be calculating them here. And I suppose we could actually change that. I'm going to take the to do with it as well. Well. And you. And you. Let's blame them. That just exists within there, so that's not going to last into the next iteration. What are we changing? If I get a new value there, are we changing anything in just overlap region? Which is created there, so that's not. What about this guy? It's calculated there. And it's const, so we can't be like adding to that multiple times. Get off. Must be mildly confusing if you just listen to this stream. Well, if you listen to this stream to be able to tell whether I'm being angry at the cat or at the compiler, because I use the same voice for both. This must be very obvious, and I just can't see it for looking. That's a completely different value. So we're not trying to find any instance of us writing to a value that would then persist into the next iteration of the loop, and I can't see anything. Not least because practically everything is constant. Because we never write data back to this. We don't, but I'm pretty sure that's it's not constant. I suspect that's probably it now, isn't it? And do we even want? I suspect if we've passed in overrides, we probably don't want to change any of those values at all. Yeah, because we don't need them to be able to erase it again. Okay. Let's try that then. And what is the flag even called? Oh, I suppose any overrides. If override screen plus is not null. Well, is null. No. Okay, that'll probably stop the crash at least, but well, remains to be seen if it'll do the right thing. So not that goal. Wow, doing a lot of debug logging there. Wow, a hell of a lot of debug logging. But if I ask for a screenshot, that looked right, I think. As in, let's go to a sprite, close that. No. Then reopen it. Yeah, that's correct. So it appears to be doing the right thing now. Unfortunately, it's talking about it a lot. So we need to get rid of all this bloody log I've just put back in. Well, I suppose actually, wrong function. First thing I can do is get rid of that. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this, even though I'm entirely certain we're going to find other issues with the clip. So I'm going to have to put it back in again very soon. But for now, we'll take it out. And then I've gone too far. I have gone too far. There it is. This is just on debug flag, so none of this is going to print out. Right. All of that is guarded. All right. It's not lunchtime. Shock myself. That looks to be correct. Apart from the flickering, but deal with that later. That's quite a lot of flickering, given I'm not moving. Are you spewing something to log there? No. Slightly mysterious. Okay, so do the other... I think the other sprites still exist, don't they? Yeah, there's one. So this is clipping from the other side then. Well, it hasn't crashed, so I'm going to take that as a good thing. Okay, that's definitely overlapping and it doesn't look wrong, so I'm going to take that as a good thing. Oh, hello, what just happened there? I think that was just... Yeah, that's just... Okay, it's just, what do you call it? Screen clip bullshit. Oh, yeah, something a little odd happening with the sprite there as well that we may need to solve separately. But I'm calling that a different bug. It's related to that bug that just made those things appear. That's clipping fine. And from the top. Now, yeah, well, I suppose I'm within the clip region there. Oh, it feels a bit anticlimactic when it works. Wasn't there anything in that log? No, there really wasn't. Okay, well, I mean, this code is probably horrendously slow, given that I didn't write it to be remotely fast. So it does need what would be euphemistically called an optimization pass. Do I want to do that now? I don't think I do. I think I want to test more things. Like, let's bring the pickups back in. Oh, and they're also going to erase. That's interesting. Okay. This will probably break things. Shush, Dara. It's still not lunchtime. She's now hitting things that make noises. Try and annoy me. The problem is, darling, it just makes me laugh, doesn't it? It just makes me laugh because you're such a silly little animal, aren't you? Or a daft cat. Well, safe to say those pickups are not erasing properly. It's pretty strange. Not erasing at all. Have I forgotten something? No. I'm going to print out if there are overlaps. Not get off. Let's just do that to start with. Oh, I also want to get rid of the player arrays briefly. I'm actually stop drawing the player as well. Or at least the spread. In fact, if we're going to do that, let's get rid of the sentries as well. Okay, what's in the log for that? Well, thanks for erasing it. And there are no overlaps, that's true. But you're not then erasing anything. The draw region is the important bit. Well, that's useful. Thanks, VS Code. Shall I find it myself? It feels like it isn't getting to that point. I think it would early out. Where do I note? Well, actually, right now. But we have to get rid of that foot. I mean, screen region is the same. But halfway to December. Thanks, mate. Jam game I spent 3 months on, and then I thought, I'll spend another 3 months on making a registered version. That'd be fun. And now well, now it's June. I've started now, so I got to finish. Wasn't me that I came across. It's not going halfway through the year. Yes, true enough. Weird. Log, log, log. Well, it thinks it's erasing something. I beg to differ, though. 272, 168 seems fair to me. Are we rendering them twice or something silly? I mean, I can't really imagine that's the case. Turn it. Shouldn't matter. Should it? Might be worth switching them off just to make sure. No, okay, that's made me feel better. Don't understand. I mean, I'm just going to have to write a ton of paranoid code going, and are you actually putting the pixel on the screen? Ah, sigh. I need the for each again. This is going to be a lot of log. Okay, not getting to that point. Wait a minute. Oh. I think there might be a very silly reason for this. Let me just remind myself where that print is coming from. Is that here or an anim image? Anim image, perhaps. Oh, it's right there. Okay. So we're going right into that call, but we are not printing this out, which means we are not finding an empty tile. Is that because pickups are sprites now? They used to be tiles. Are they in fact still tiles as well? I bet they are. Where's tile head? Yeah. So zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Then, yeah, those are tiles. They're not objects, are they? So we're reading the tile in, we're then creating sprites, but we aren't clearing the tile ID. So that's why there's a pickup underneath the pickup. There's one in the map as well as the sprite. Okay, so where do we even do that? That's going to be in the world load somewhere. Oh, it's been a while since I looked at this code. Actually, let's just look for the word pickup. Pickup ballot. What function is this world reset? That looks... Yes, okay. Clear tile we're not doing anymore. Why are we not doing that anymore? Oh, because we're just doing it manually. God, this is dusty code. Oh, Dorishush. When do we actually spawn the sprites? Oh, when they become visible on the screen based on what's in the tile map. So it needs to stay in the tile map. That's why we don't clear it. So we just need to catch it in this thing. So it's like there's going to be a function probably in world. But like, should we draw this? Is this visible? I could be wrong. No, pipes do need to be drawn. Oh, I guess we don't have a function exactly for this. But we probably have an... Actually, that function, there was an is tile pickup, wasn't there? Or not. Fairly sure there was. I wasn't in there. What's that? Thank you, Visual Studio, for being entirely useless. Doors are kind of the same, really. This smells of something that needs to be done better, but it'll work for now. Excuse me. It is tile map, isn't it? No, it's not tile value. It's world tile, which is that guy. God damn it. If it's a pickup, don't draw it. Lovely. That's a bit more sensible. Oh, except the bottom one. Is that not considered a pickup? I bet it's just a silly enum value. Didn't I take that log out? Oh, I did. Okay, fine. What value is that tile? $192. Let's pick up. Oh, hello. Right, because there's groups of them. Okay. You're at 192, so it's within those two groups. Are they both considered by... Dora, shut up. Oh, it's just asking explicitly for pickups. Okay, no, that's not how that function should work. Ugh. Okay. I mean, this function probably shouldn't exist, but tile. I'm going to have to cast that to an int, aren't I? I can't remember. I am not, apparently. What a time to be alive. I'll tile first, and let's pick up the last one. That. Or pick up first two. Pick up last two. Stick it. EMPs and keys, are they all covered? Mate, do you want it? I'll find it myself, as usual, shall I? Good grief. EMPs in 184, that's fine, that's that group. Where are keys? They're in 144, they're covered. Okay, so this should all be fine. Do I? Yes, let's re-enable the player. And this ought to get very confusing. And probably break 19 ways. All right, Screamy Cat, it's still not lunchtime. 20 minutes till lunchtime. You be a good girl. Preferably one that screams less. Oh dear. Right, let's see what breaks here. When I start moving towards those pickups. In fact, actually, when I move towards them, they're going to, like, get sucked towards me. So the question is, how much rendering corruption do we get now with that happening? None. I was not expecting that to work. I was so much not expecting that to work that I'm convinced that that was a fluke. And that if I try that again, it won't work. Let's try just grabbing one of them. Really? I mean, apart from the overall flickeriness going on that we'll deal with later, that all seemed to be fine. To the point of being tremendously anticlimactic. Does the log have anything to say about this? Nothing particularly. 0 overlaps all the time though. Wait. Oh no, not all the time. So it is noticing when it overlaps and it's redrawing properly. I'm genuinely amazed that that worked. There are going to be edge cases, but that's pretty good. Oh, I deserve lunch now, even though it's 20 minutes away. All right, I guess we'll get rid of some of this crap again. Screen region, put that back on, I suppose. Just get rid of the whole thing. What else? Erase render item, which is up here somewhere. I'm going to plug in and get rid of all of it. Anything else? I think that's it. Just that over and over again. Oh, and the list of overlaps, but that's gone. that's all re-enabled and fine. Right, I guess what we might do then is re-enable drawing for everything. Are we ready for that? I don't know that we're ready for that. But it'll be fun to see what breaks. Okay, so enemies are switched off. Let's switch them back on again. Dunk. And where's your arrays? Right there. Ditch that one. What else even draws anything? Who can remember what sprites are in this game? I can't remember. Pickups are re-enabled. Doors, I guess. No, doors again. I think doors might behave weirdly. Because of the thing with tiles, same as the pickups. Explosions? Sure, why not? Let's have some explosions. These are screws, right. A raising of those things. Oh, here we go. Back on again. Doors back on again. What else? Explosions, pickups. I mean, that's everything inside sprites. So if I was a sensible developer, that would be everything. But there's going to be things outside. Enemies for a start. Player is re-enabled, right? Yeah. So can we see it moved again? I feel like there's something. Oh, projectiles. Those are not currently sprites, are they? Maybe they are. Oh, the wall particles are still going to be broken, but that's on the to-do list as well. All right, fine. These are apparently sprites again now, so they get re-enabled. All right. Of course, this won't fix all the corruption issues, but this will fix, at least in theory, the whole idea is that this will fix all the corruption issues involving overlapping sprites. So then we'll still have issues with when you scroll far enough to reset the scroll window. That'll still scroll up. We saw that a little bit earlier. And there's still some artifacts in the world renderer, the new world renderer anyway. So there's still a bunch of things to fix, but... And yeah, the performance is such that it's flickering horribly as well, but we'll sort that out later. It's weird that it gets much worse and then speeds up again, which is why I keep thinking it must be spewing a load of stuff to the log, but it's not. Anyway, doesn't really matter. It'll all change later. Okay, so we can overlap him fine. Should we shoot him? Let's go and collect this stuff, which works for... Oh. Okay, now I think we've got a bit of shit under there. I think that's because of the exhaust particles. Is it? I think it might be. Oh, anyway, let's shoot that guy. He's exploded. Okay. Well, I mean, that gives me something to do. I get bored if it just works. Right, log. Anything in the log? Big fat crash. And presumably that'll be in draw clipped compile as usual. But let's check. Oh. Hello there. Thank you for the follow. They're anonymous here, but do feel free to say hello in the chat if you would like. Magic Semify tool. Yeah. Render item clips compiled. Okay, I guess we need to, well, we need to narrow down which sprite is causing that. What did I do? I shot at the sentry, but I don't... Was it the frame the projectile was created? Or was it when the explosion was going to happen? I can't remember. Let's run it again and find it. I'll just go down here and press the fire button. Okay, that didn't die, so it's not the projectile. Let's shoot him from further away. Yes, it's as soon as we hit that. Okay, so that's either the explosion itself or one of the springs or, bits of debris that fly out. So I guess that's the next thing we should do, is disable those one at a time. Dora, it is still not lunchtime. It's 11:45. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm going to get my cat a pussycat wristwatch for Christmas so that she knows when lunchtime is. What am I looking at? Explosions. Explosions. Let's just go with the explosion for now. Forget about the screws. That's the explosion. There's the screws. Okay. I reckon it'll still crash. Tempted. No, let's just rebuild it and see what happens. I'm tempted to disable all the other sprites, but we don't. We'll need to do that in a minute so that we can keep the log quiet. But visually it doesn't matter. It is now 10 to 12, Dora, and still not lunchtime. I'm like your own personal speaking clock, aren't I? Don't know how much of this you can hear, but of course, as we get closer to lunchtime, the intensity of the screaming increases. Right. Okay, doesn't like the explosion then. It's presumably both then, the explosion and the screws. It's not that useful to test that theory. Okay, so we just need some debug guff about what's happening with this explosion. Yep, we're just going to have to re-enable it. Maybe, yeah. I'll have one of them and all, sure. Okay, and now I think I'm going to disable all the other sprites. Shouldn't really matter that much, but just to prevent confusion. I may as well get rid of the player as well. Oh, no, I'm not going to go near him, so I'm not going to cause an overlap. I might cause an overlap with the projectile. In which case, actually, I can get rid of the projectiles as well. So what have we got? We've got the enemies left intact, the explosion. We sort of... Yeah, do you know what? Let's switch the enemy as well. Actually, that'd be interesting, because if we get rid of the enemy, there's going to be no overlap. So all we're doing is just drawing a sprite in a really straightforward way. So if we get rid of the enemies as well, this It would be surprising if this crashed. Those are what we call famous last words. Oh, hello there, Wicker. Welcome in. All well here, at least, I hope. Oh, I suppose so. As usual, Dora is screaming at me for her lunch, which it is not time for yet. But apart from that, all good. How are things with you, Wicker? Covering 3 days of consecutive panic attacks. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. That doesn't sound fun at all. Okay, we'll go up here. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. So I somehow didn't hit the turret. Am I too low? No. Where? How can I be shooting through it? I'm just not drawing it. It's not like it's not there. I'm very confused now. Is it? No. I what? I don't understand how that's happened at all. What is going on there? Okay, let's put the enemies back in. I mean, just this should not make the slightest bit of difference. It's not like I'm. The logic of the projectiles isn't looking at the pixels on the screen to decide whether there's an overlap. I'm never lost for words to explain that one. Ran out of meds during Thursday and could not get more until yesterday. Oh, heck. Oh, well, you got some more now, though, presumably. Missing a layer. So it's I disabled the drawing of the enemy just so that I can, because this is printing stuff out to the log in the background, and so to try and keep the log shorter, I prevented the enemy from drawing. But then somehow that's affected the game logic, or at least it seemed to. Because the projectiles are also not visible. And so somehow the projectile managed to go through the enemy twice. Which don't understand how that's even possible. Because the fact that it's not being drawn shouldn't have any bearing on, whether the collision detection picks it up or not. So there he is, facing the wrong way, but we'll ignore that. Okay, now it's crashing. That's kind of interesting, though. That suggests... no, I know why. Okay, this is not as mad as I thought it was. This is going to be something to do with when we do the... Do we do the collision detection in here? Damage particles... I don't think we do. I think we do it in enemies. And I think we're going to be looking for... Oh, no worry, checking the world sprite state. Visible frames is interesting. Okay, so there's an... Okay, I sort of am stopping caring. I think, yeah, there's a reasonable explanation for that, but I don't much care about it. Okay, log. Okay, we are trying to draw... We're trying to erase the player. The player's overlapping an explosion. The player's not overlapping an explosion. He should be miles away from it. Explosion's not that big, it's only 32 square. It's at exactly the same position as the player. No, it's not. Have I blown myself up? I mean, that's not a thing you can do. You see, I would expect it to do an overlap here if the projectiles were visible, because the projectile will, for probably a couple of frames, the projectile will overlap the player. But that's not what it's saying. It's saying the explosion is overlapping the player. And run that again, because I don't believe it. I don't believe you. Tell me something that I will believe. Look how far away I am. And the explosions, it's not like it's big enough to be going beyond the bounds of the screen. Not that that wouldn't matter. Reset DOSBox again. Back to here again. That is very clearly saying the player and the explosion are overlapping, and they're at exactly the same position on the screen. Okay, what we'll do, not build, I'm in the wrong window. We will do this again, and then we will go here, and we will, before we do this, we will take a screenshot, and then we'll shoot at it, and then we'll reset DOSBox again. Q77 169. What does a sprite say? That is out of date. Open up that file again. I've already forgotten the number. 277 169. 277 169. 277 169. 277 169. I mean, that's where the player is. I will grant you that. It's not where the explosion is. The explosion is over here. Or at least, it certainly ought to be. Now, either way, it doesn't matter where the explosion is, because it shouldn't crash trying to avoid overlapping another sprite. So there's something else weird going on here. Back to the code. Oh, stuff's happening. Hidden sprite affair. It's interesting indeed. I'm having flashbacks trying to find documentation of functions not listed or documented in the GZ2 engine. Yikes. I mean, I say yikes. I work with Unreal by day, and that's what working with Unreal is. Trying to work out what on earth any of this code means. Why would you write it like that? Anyway. Now, this is silly. I just straight up think this is nonsense. There's something weird going on here. I mean, the other numbers look reasonable. It's not like they're crazy numbers suggesting memory corruption. This does suggest that we are spawning an explosion right on top of the player. I mean, have I seen an explosion recently? Yeah, not that long ago. So I'm not really of the view that the logic is wrong. I do another strange thing that doesn't seem relevant, but because I'm getting a bit paranoid now, I am going to re-enable the projectiles. Oh,
I got him! Oh, what the fuck? I got him! Let's go! Finally! Boom!
What a cutscene. Look at that. I think I was there for that stream, wasn't I?
Back to Starbase Liberty. Congratulations, Harry. Big Corp's law firm has been saved from evil alien intent. And the workers can return to work needing their mobile phones and advertising their clients. Not a problem. All in a day's work. Alright, let's go.
Gosh. It really brings the story to life, Rob. The voice acting's wonderful. What's we got saying here? I can't read that. Where's it gone? Could the collision be doing double read? The projectile does the right path, but one explosion reading the path is solid explosion from the start call. Do you want me to play? I don't think so. Dialogues always crack me up. Crack me up in those games. Yeah. What is that? It's a copter thing. Cool. Right. So, I mean, there's two issues here, or there's two odd things. One is the fact that it thinks the explosion is at the same position as the player. That's wrong. It isn't. And I don't believe that we're spawning an explosion in the wrong place. I think something else is happening there that makes that code think the explosion is in a different place. But then also we have the issue on top of that, which is the crash. And Dora has just reminded me at 3 minutes past 12. Good Lord, such screams that it is lunchtime. So I'm going to go get lunch, and more importantly, get Dora's lunch. And I will be back in about 15 minutes. See you later. Hello again. Right. Okay. What's happened while I was out? Oh, hello there, Mary Chan. Welcome in. Thank you for jigging in. How are you doing today? What was I about to do? So this is... Okay, I am going to disable the explosions because I want to see if we get anything from the projectiles themselves. Wait a minute. How come that erase is... Oh, that's for the screw. Okay. That is disabled. Fine. Carry on. Carry on. Those are enabled, right? Yes. Okay. Ting. Good tea. Nice house. I should probably have that as a command. So we shouldn't get a crash this time. Famous last words. Okay. That's kind of fine then. I'm interested though, do we get anything in the log about overlaps? We do, and it is the projectile overlapping the player, which is kind of what I wanted. So that does happen, and then it moves away, and so the overlap ends. So that's all behaving correctly. But in case we were thinking that maybe the explosion, when it was telling us that the explosion was overlapping the player, was it actually getting confused with the projectile? The projectile doesn't start at the same position of the player anyway. It starts, what's that, 30 pixels in front of the player. So that's not what's going. Okay, I guess we'll reinstate this again then. So this is going to crash again, and then the log is going to tell us that the explosion, which is way over there, is overlapping the player, which it's not. There's a projectile, and then... Okay, that's the projectile overlapping the player, which is fair enough. No, oh, there it is. Okay. I was going to say, there's no mention of an explosion, but there is. It's right here. That's interesting. The sentry has been destroyed, but it's not. We're not going to create an explosion at the same location in memory. Oh, hello there, Alison Twitch TV. Welcome in. It's a very cute and very large cat. Oh, you got a tuxie as well. Adorable. Excuse me. Yes, obviously my little pink tuber is my cat Dora, who is also here in the form of emotes, and the real life one, who is now that she's had her lunch, is now being quiet again. She is very sweet, even though she does my head in, don't you? Yes, you do. You do my head in every single day. But to still love your fuzzy little face. Right. Back here again. So that's weird. What is that value? Because that's a pointer. Ah, it's just the render item. Okay, now the render items get reused. That is not the smoking gun I thought it was. Okay, fine. Cancel that. It is still strange. We still don't have an explanation for why the player at that location thinks that it overlaps the explosion, which it thinks is at the exact same location. That's not where the explosion is. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to spawn an explosion, and when we do, we're going to print out where it is, because it's not there. Why does that even happen? Enemies. Enemies. There we go. Something about explosions. Explosion spawn, enemy boss. That sounds about right. In fact, I can just look in there, can't I? Spawning other stuff. Does it matter that we're spawning those? No, we're just not drawing them. So it's fine. Let's just print some guff here. That's going to be a world position, which is not that useful. I'm going to have to convert that. That's what we wanted. Well, we're adjusting based on the size as well. Grizzly. I mean, we could still do that. We don't know the size though. We do later on. We could just pull it into there, I suppose. Make this a bit more readable. That works already. We don't need to redshift that. What value am I giving? Adding it anyway, and then we're going to subtract it. Yay, okay, fine. This is moderately mad code, but it'll be fine. So we can just do world to viewport then. Fine. Fine, 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 fine. Ooh, extreme one. Get off. Bang. Reset that back to there. What's the log say? U68 74. I don't think that value is accurate. It's not the same position as the player, but it's kind of close to the player. I'm going to have to do something more sensible here. When we actually do the draw, how are we calculating that screen region? Because I've forgotten part of this calculation, I think. I think that's half the problem. It's way down the bottom. Screen path plus viewport offset. And the screen path is screen Y. And is that what it appears to be? It's just the position on screen. Because I have a habit of not naming things very sensibly, so this may not be true. We're just adding the viewport offset there, so we could just subtract it. What doesn't get us to a world world position node, does it? Okay, so what does damn, to viewport do? It does just that's a fixed value. Camera pause. Jesus, I don't even know what this function does. Always a good sign. Ditch that. Ditch that. So that's a world position, which is reasonable, because this is game logic. Ignore that. When we come to draw that, we're going to put it I mean, we really don't need to do that. Okay, tell you what we can do. We can just print out the world position. That's still useful. So screw that. It's not comparable to the other values that we're printing out, but we can look in TileEd and see where it is in the world. Bang. Reset that, and then look in the log. It says these big numbers here, which I then need to divide by 16, I think. Let's check TileEd. Yeah, So 1040. 624. 1040, 624, 1040, 624, 1040, 624. Where's Thailand? There it is. 1040, 624, 1040, 624. Back there, which is exactly where the sentry is. So it's spawning the explosion in the right place. 1040, 624, like it's right on the base there. So that's exactly where it ought to be. Okay, that's good. I mean, I kind of suspected that was going to be the case, but... excuse me. Let's just do a sanity check on that log output. Erase, there it is. Oh. Thank you for the follow. They are anonymous here, but do feel free to say hello in the chat if you haven't already, or if you want to. Where are we? Screen region. Is that? Yeah, we decided, we looked this up earlier, that's definitely the player position, but let's just check that. There it is. Okay. So yeah, this before we're talking about overlap, so this must be the player. Yes, the render item, which is the thing we're erasing, which in this case is the player. So, how is it making that decision? Is it? Is it something like... the reuse of the render item? Is that the issue here? How are we checking for flaps? We're just looking at all active render items, but we are ignoring ones that haven't been drawn, so that's not the issue then. We could do that. Where's the draw? We do. It's a world spread, not a render item. Doesn't? No, it doesn't. I thought it did. It doesn't matter which one. There's only one, so drawing explosion and then erase. Keep being fooled by that. There are two erases happening here. We're never getting to the erase, so we won't see that. But I would be interested to see if we draw it in the first instance. thing in more ways than one. Get rid of that. Reopen it. I was not expecting that. I mean, it's not actually going to erase anything. It's going to look at the flag and go, there's nothing to erase, which is why there's nothing in the log about trying to erase it. But we are drawing it. And then when we come to erase the player, we decide that it's overlapping the explosion, which is at exactly the same position. How is it doing this? The fact that it's a reused render item is... it's attracting my attention a bit. It really shouldn't matter. Tell you what we can do. We can, if I can remember what file it's in. I can't remember what file it's in, so we'll have to find it this way. That's the file I wanted. Globals. Let's switch that again, because I'm always paranoid that that interleaved update is broken in some way. That didn't break. We didn't get an explosion on the screen, but it didn't break. Excuse me. That's interesting. It thinks there was an explosion on the screen. I sure didn't see one. That's just erasing over and over again. Where's the last draw? There. That explosion not dying. We didn't see it at all. Oh, well, this has become a whole fractal bug. I guess you wouldn't ever see the projectile overlap. Oh no, you literally are. What the sentence I was about to say is happening right there. So the projectile does overlap the sentry right before we cause the explosion, which makes sense. So it's something about the timing of the spawn with the interleaved rendering that's causing a problem. It's moderately concerning as well. Spawn. Play on single. Okay. Okay, now it'll sit there. It'll sit on the last frame, so it doesn't matter if that misses a frame, it'll catch it on the next one, so that's definitely going to happen. They're still trying to erase them now, which means it's not dead. Oh, that's unpleasant. Why would we not put that inside World Sprite Update? That definitely feels like, I mean, that should be happening for all world sprites. Surely, not just enemies. I mean, I'm setting it all the way through everything else, but so the update, if it's set to dying, the update won't trigger, which makes sense. Where's the erase gone? It will erase. But it's going to stay in that dying state unless somebody takes that. I haven't put that inside the erase, have I? No, because that would be monstrous. Okay, good. That's the wrong button. That's really weird that I've put that code in enemies. So I'm not going to call that deliberately if the sprite isn't alive, because while it's dying, we don't need it to animate, is the logic. We need this code to fire for anything that's been marked as dying. The next update, it's made dead after it's been erased. Maybe add an extra. Maybe split update into update animation and update state. That could do it. Right, convince myself. Bit of a sidetrack this, really. Not necessary. It's kind of horrible though, because we still end up having to no, I don't like it. I don't like it. Let's stay how it is. I'm going to change the client code instead. So this should be more like if the state is not dead. All is interesting. Why is that giving me squigglies? But is that not what I'm called? Oh. But we only want to call that if visible frames is not equal to 0. Good lord. Oh, this is a disaster. Guess this is why I put this into enemies, because it's the one that needs special treatment. What a fact. Right, I'm going to do it the horrible, stupid way, because I need to just get on with this. Right, get rid of that. Undo all of that. Get rid of all of that. Marvellous. Cut and paste. That's going everywhere else. Which is grisly, but it'll do temporarily. That is the wrong button. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that as well. Update. That's interesting. I suppose it doesn't really do anything. It's just an animation. Well, fine. Well, we'll need a bit more than that. Oh, forgot the end. We'll have to do the same with the screws as well. Oy, oy, oy. Enemies done. Projectiles, explosions, pickups. Curses. Indeed. Now then, have I forgotten any world sprites? Doors? Doors. Do doors die? Do doors die? Question for our times. I don't know that they do, actually. Oh, there's chat that I've not noticed. Would you still do it the Grizzly way if you weren't streaming? I find I make much more short-sighted decisions on stream. It's a difficult question. There's benefits to doing it the stupid short-sighted way, which is, and yes, I get your point. It is a benefit that's sort of mostly beneficial for streaming, which is you get over this problem that's right in front of you and you get on with the next one. So you sort of continue the momentum. But I think that is useful outside of streaming as well sometimes. I don't know that I would do it all the time though. Cat peasant, I just came up with $1 billion business idea, maybe even trillion. It'll save the economy for sure. I'm going to make the toaster from Red Dwarf. That's a great idea. Hi. Can I remember the line? I can't remember the whole line. Given that the universe is infinite and that God is also infinite, would you like a muffin? Something along those lines. Howdy doodly do. And that was, at least originally, the Talkie Toaster was voiced by, I can't remember his name, but the actor that played Crichton for one episode before they got Robert Llewellyn. A fun fact for you there. My favourite fun fact, though, now I'm totally sidetracked by Red Dwarf. My favourite fun fact from Red Dwarf is, do you remember the episode with Emo Hawk, Polymorph 2, which is the big hairy thing that they wanted to marry to Lister to give them an engine part or something. He was, or one of them, I think it was the dad of that family, was played by Ainsley Harriott, who went on to become a celebrity chef in the UK. And I can never see him as anything other than that huge hairy emo hawk whenever I see him on TV. True story. Apparently, yeah, his early career, he was like a like in the comedy circuit before he discovered cooking. It's a weird little fact that. I mean, right. There was some code happening before I started thinking about Red Dwarf. What was it? Oh yeah, I was putting this in for these guys. So doors sort of do their own thing. Oh no, I take it back. Oh, that's a projectile. No, that's not the door. So doors live forever. They really don't need to live forever. But they do. Right, I've stopped caring about doors. Next. Done explosions, done pickups, done enemies. The player doesn't, well, I mean, the player does die, but not in a way that is relevant. Okay. Guess that's why there was a Red Dwarf themed Can't Cook Won't Cook Out, was there? I'd like to hope that there was, but can't smeg, won't smeg. Now, this should behave the same, but or it might carve a huge hole out of the landscape. Okay, so that enemy's being destroyed before it gets the chance to erase. That's very much not what we wanted. Okay. What is that? It's also crashed. That's also bad. Oh, dear me. Stop, stop, stop. Double killing an enemy. That doesn't sound good. Why would it make a difference? We haven't changed anything to do with the enemies. I mean, it's quite angry about it, certainly. Did I accidentally break the enemy code while I was futzing around in here? because that's the bit I copied out. I didn't paste that. Well, left that alone, didn't I? Inek. Oh, again. Wholesome. Well, it's not died horribly this time. Okay, that solved that problem, but we still have... Where is... let's find that word. There it is. Erasing the explosion. The explosion is overlapping some projectiles. That's... Oh, a projectile. Don't really have a problem with that. We erase the player. We don't ever erase the player. At least not in this code. What? What? We're definitely erasing the player. At least we're meant to be. I think this might be fidgy-widginess now that we've taken the interleave out. I feel awkward with having taken that out anyway, so I'm going to put it back in again. No. And now it'll go back to crashing. Well, now it's crashed again. But it's the same thing again. It's the player thinks it's overlapping the explosion. And that's as a result of the interleaved rendering. Why would that make any difference? It's got to be to do with how we spawn the explosion. Is it possible where... No, I don't think so. I wonder if maybe we were getting rendering and logic happening at the same time. I don't really see how that's possible. But reusing that render item does seem to be the issue. Do you know what I'm saying now? One thing I didn't check is that's the explosion ends up reusing the sentries. Does that still happen when we take the interleave rendering out. That's crashed again. Interesting. Because I wouldn't have expected that to crash. So something unrelated to the interleave rendering is going on, which is good, because we kind of need the interleaved rendering. Okay, so explosion is there. And it is the same render item as the sentry. Okay, so problem is it did crash. And run it again, and it's going to not crash this time and still tell me the same thing in the log. All right, not crashed. Sentry's there. Okay, good. We are reusing the render item and it didn't cause a crash, so that's not the issue. So that means we have to put this back. That's fine. I can't believe for a moment that's an issue. Why does... Okay, maybe we investigate other things rather than tackling this head on. We've got a bunch of other strange things going on around this code. And one of them is, if I don't draw those explosions, if I don't draw the enemy, I beg your pardon, I can't shoot it. And that seems a bit odd, to say the least. So let's do that. It may just be visible frames. That, I believe, is set in world sprite, I think does that. Yes, so it's basically we set the value as soon as it's drawn. And then after that point, we just decrement it to allow some lag time, even though it's off the screen, we keep updating it. So yeah, if we never call draw, that's never going to be non-zero. Okay, that's a red herring then. That's why we couldn't shoot it when it was invisible. Damn. Okay, we need more. This is from the... Yeah, that's a non-crash. Fine, let's rebuild again. I keep swapping between these two builds. Let's build it again with the... We do have this back again, don't we? Yes, we do. Clear that out. There we go. Bang. Dead. So the player thinks it's overlapping an explosion, which we have just drawn. I guess we could print out some of that stuff, couldn't we? Anim image even, can't spell. I mean, that's going to have to tell us the value we've already seen. Is it possible? It's almost like it's detecting the overlap there, and then by this point, the overlap data has actually changed, which is not possible. So it can't be that. I'll print this out. It's going to tell me what I already know. Have to open the window in a bit. It's getting a bit warm. Kabang. $265, 174, which is certainly where the player is. Where's the player? I got totally distracted then because I thought it was telling me the projectile was 32 pixels square. It's not, it's 8. Yeah, so this is telling us what we already knew, really, but it's interesting to see it that early in the function that it is looping over, I'm going to move that over there, looping over every sprite that's been drawn to the screen. Last screen pulse. That might be left over. We can prove that actually. There's a release function. I know there is because I wrote it. There it is. A lot of this can go actually. Do you know what? Also to I mean that's almost certainly going to crash it if it tries to reuse a released render item, but it's being returned to the free list at that point. So it really shouldn't be possible for anything that's been released through this function to end up being detected by that for loop. But it does seem, for all the world, like when we're asking it to tell us the position of the thing we're overlapping, it's actually sending us back our own data. Like, it would help. It's not really feasible, but it would help if the explosions were a different size to the player, because we'd see that in a difference in the data. Strange. That didn't crash. I mean, yeah, that feels like a coincidence, though. I certainly didn't fix the issue by writing that nonsense in the release. Well, may have accidentally caused it to be avoided, though. Yeah, because a sprite of size -1 is not going to overlap anything. Maybe. Yeah, that should be being reset by the arrays. Do we reset that at the end of this function? Yes, we do. Can you early out of this function? I don't think you can. Well, you can, but only if it's not set. You can early out here, but only if the flag isn't set already. And who calls this? Only arrays calls this in the first place. Yeah, there or at the end. No, stationary, that doesn't apply. Yeah, so it can't be that. That's the other thing I didn't try. Was just running it more than once. Three times John. Well, okay. Pew, pew, pew. So if we take that out, if it crashes, does it say that? I really don't think it will. That is false by default. But it's going to get reset by erase, and erase is the only thing that calls this function. So I don't see how that can possibly be set at this point. But if that fixes the problem, it must be because the sprite is being incorrectly picked up inside this function. Come to think of it, we shouldn't have to check that. Oh, no, we do, because we keep hold of the render item. Okay. Actually, that's... Did we keep hold of the render items? I know we did for a bit. I don't think we are anymore, are we? I'm pretty sure the only reason we do that is, yes, to set the flags, and that was entirely for, yeah, the stationary background stuff, which we aren't even using. If not stationary, and clear it back out again. Interesting. There is some funny stuff in here that I would rather just get rid of. What was the whole thing with? Right, yes, the stationary sprites. We are going to support those, so we can't actually get rid of this code. There was a comment about that in the to-do list somewhere. Isn't there? There. Don't read the background more than once. Set the sprite stationary. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, we're not really reading backgrounds anymore. Well, the flag's not set anyway. So the fact that we're storing it in the world sprite doesn't matter, because then we're clearing it out anyway. So it's not getting reused accidentally, he said, checking this. No, coming out. Thank goodness for that. Comment out. Okay, fine. I didn't rebuild that, did I? Did I? I actually can't remember. I'm going to assume not. I will be right back. I'm just going to open the window. Back again. So this should crash because we're not resetting the size. But will it say anything in the log? Bang! We're printing in the log. Release. Release render item. Item is allegedly still on screen. No. No, it's not mentioned. All right. So it's not the drawn flag. But it is somehow the last screen decision and last source region. But how can it be looking at those if the drawn flag isn't set? I don't want to do that actually, because that's hiding the issue rather than fixing it. That's right. May. Assuming it's got a sprite. Is it possible for a render item to not have a sprite? It really shouldn't be. Because what's it rendering if it ain't a sprite? Explosion. Okay, so we're looking potentially for that. Render item not on screen. Not around here, there isn't. No, not mentioned. So it's not that either. don't understand where it's getting these values from. And I definitely don't understand why resetting them in that function solves the problem. I mean, this is going to fill the log with crap, but might be useful. No, we can't. We're using sprite above, so it's fine. Don't do that. Oh. It. Whee! So the last ones. So the sentry gets reused as the player before getting reused as the explosion. That at least explains how it ends up thinking the explosion is at the same location as the player. It doesn't explain why it's to draw an explosion there. That should set render item of that value to the right position on the screen. So then when we do the arrays of the player, it should not be finding that. Unless the draw isn't happening. So that's then going to go in there. If it's on the screen at all, and there's a sprite, then we draw it. That shouldn't matter, that should be clear. and that's by filling in the render item. Right, more log crap. And so that's going to tell us what's in the queue. Now, it hasn't actually been drawn yet though. And the last screen path, etc., has not been set yet. So we should add that as well. Both of these functions. Come early out of any of this either, can you? No. That would be madness. No, that's all correct. This is really going to fill the log with crap. Okay. Can't reasonably say what it is. Got a screen pause as well. Oh, it's there. Didn't see it for a minute. Source reason there. Okay. Come on. Okay. I mean, this is just going to produce a ton of garbage in the log, but you just have to filter through that. Okay. 1 second. There we go. Big old crash. What does the log say? A ton of stuff. So there's our crash. What happens in the run-up to the crash? We've added it to the draw queue, but we haven't actually drawn it. So because we haven't drawn it, it's not updated those values, which is why they're still the values that the player was using. But if we haven't drawn it, why are we detecting it for the overlap anyway? Because the drawn flag shouldn't be set, because we haven't drawn it yet. That's probably a bad idea. Here we go. And this set true when we do the render list. Okay, that's fine. Now, are we so much commented out code? Okay. So it feels like releasing it right there. So the drawn flag must be clear at that point, and we've proven that already. So that render item's drawn flag is clear. It must not be clear, it must be set by this point. But we haven't drawn it. There must be some other use of the drawn flag that I've just not noticed. Are you going to be reliable if I ask for all references to that? That's set false on erase. Do we erase the player? Do we print something out for this? I can't remember. Yes, that's what most of the log output is. Actually, when is the last time we erased the player? We erased the player there. Distinct lack of any erasing happening down here. Drawing it quite a lot. Are we only printing that out if there are overlaps though? We might be. There it is. There we are. It's a red herring then. Damn. I mean, I guess we could just fill the log with even more crap, but I'm pretty certain this is going to tell me what we already know. That player is being erased, its draw flag is being cleared, but somehow it's set again by the time we do that collision detection loop. Kabang. Yeah, there we go. So we erase that render item when it's the player, and then we release it. Drawn flag must be clear. We ask to draw the explosion, which gives us that now no longer used render item, in which the draw flag must still be clear, but we haven't actually drawn it yet. Draw the player again, which now has a different render item. Then we erase it, and it believes it's overlapping an explosion, which is actually full of the player's data. I don't get this at all. Sort of weirdly fun. Makes sense. I demand it. Hello there, Sakura. Welcome in. Look at this. It sure is code. It is. There are codes. Codes up there. There are codes down here. Everywhere you look, codes. And they're all bad. Actually, mostly there's commented out codes and other commented out codes. But still. What is going on here? What is going on here? Let's look at that loop. I'm looking at that loop. If the thing we're overlapping is actually us, or it's not drawn, then ignore this one. Move on to the next one. The prep one. That is totally reasonable. None of that is incorrect. That's fine. So, which just brings me back to that flag again. Okay. Tell me the thing that you think you're overlapping. Are you wrong or not? Because you certainly oughtn't to be. If you print it out here, if you're in this list, to have been placed in that list, the flag must be true. So this must print true. Oh my. Oh. Did you get a clip, Sakura? I didn't notice. I remember hearing it if you did. Contact with a pen in my hand. Crashy, crashy. Log, log, log. Wee, wee, wee. I forgot what I'm looking for. Oh yes, the drawn flag, which looks like erase render item. Drawn, one. No, he's bloody not. Lies. This is the level we're at now. I am now going to say every time, I'm going to find that thing again actually. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. You. References to that, please. Thank you. Every time you set that to be true, actually doesn't matter if we set it to be true, it's when we set it false again. It's really the only one I care about. And that's in arrays. I'm going to stare at this code again to make sure there is no way you can early out of this function. There is not. Moment. So much guff in the log. A log full of guff. Dum. No, we don't ever copy them. We don't ever. If we were constructing them any other way, they would be zeroed out, which would set that flag to be false. Oh, I am baffled. Baffled. I'll tell you something, I'm going to fix this. I'm having a bloody great biscuit, I am. A biscuit and a cup of tea. This channel is mostly biscuits, tea, and cat. And cat and cats. With very little programming, but you know. Kabang. Where's the bottom? There it is. Wait. I mean, that's good. But how are you setting that drawn flag? Without printing out anything about being actually drawn? Okay. That's here in the render list. Oh. Wait a minute. It is in reverse order. Yeah, it is in reverse order. So it would make sense to print that first. Oh, we don't print anything necessarily. I thought we did. Only if that flag's set. Oh. So it has been drawing all this time. But is it? My brain is boiling. Why would that not be null? Oh, crikey. Those are null by default, right? Yes. Who calls this? Surely this is only called in two places. That's the one inside arrays, which is going to pass those overrides. But that's not this call, because that would have guff about overlapping sprite above it. It doesn't, like this. So that can't be what's doing it. So then the other call is here inside render list. And render list doesn't pass those overrides. Can they be set in another way? Nope. If it's not set, set those values and print out, I've just set the last screen pause. But you're not printing that. This just gets more bizarre. Render list. What's that? And that's just going through from used tail, isn't it? I've gone past the code. There is. Yeah, everything in the used list. Release render item is going to take it out of the used list. So yeah, it doesn't matter because it says we are adding it to the draw queue, which is putting it into that list. So if that's when render list gets called, that's reasonable. But it isn't then. Is it going into the wrong? We never see the explosion. Does it not think it's compiled? Deserves capital letters if that's true. Boot. Kabang. Well, flip. How is that happening? I thought I set everything to be compiled. Did I not? Have I just forgotten what I did last week? Has that been the cause of this? Would be fairly typical. Okay, so how do we check? We could look at enemies. We are saying it explicitly for the enemies. Oh, gold. And for the player. But not for anything else. So how the hell do the pickups work? What is going on? Why does nothing make any sense? I need something stronger than a cup of tea in a minute. Load flags. Are they set by default? No. So the pickups aren't compiled. How the hell are they visible then? Why does nothing make sense? It also calls into question the overlapping code for the pickups. If they weren't compiled all this time, then that appearing to work fine is questionable, to say the least. I thought I had, yeah, there we go. Okay, no, I'm reversing course on this. If I've got that there, okay. So much log. This cannot print out for anything. This doesn't make sense either way. Log. As ever, the compile took so long that I've forgotten what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, the init. Other end of the log. Right, so everything's being loaded as compiled, but when we come to render the explosion, it thinks it's not compiled. What the hell is going on? What flag are you checking for that? Render flags compiled. Okay, and that should just be brought through from sprite compiled. Who sets that? Oh, I don't like. There are 3 different ways to say whether this is compiled. This is hideous. I suppose one's a load flag and that's a render flag, so it's not totally wrong. It's just a little bit flaky. We set it true if we call this function, so that should be set on absolutely everything. And this is in an image draw. Which, I mean, we print this out, so we've just called that. I might be completely wrong, though. How do we load these in the first instance? We do it the manual way, same as the player. Okay, so this might not be compiled then after all. Which would not have printed out in the log because we're not calling anim image load. Okay, all right, good. Things are starting to make sense. Slightly. Oh, yeah, and I worked around it in the player by creating a player sprite, even though we don't really need one. It's kind of the same for the explosion. Ugh. Do I really want to do that? I feel like I ought to. Okay, fine. So, let's and then save that as. In fact, actually, let's do it via Finder. 1 second while I do things off stream. Not raise sprites. Laspera. So, trying to remember the format of this. No flags. It's 32 by 32. There is 1 animation. The first animation has no flags. It starts at frame 0 and it's 8 frames long. Does that sound right for an explosion? A sprite. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that looks about right to me. Back to there again. Explosion spread. So then this needs to change over the same way that the player code did. Looks a bit more like that. Need that more. It means you don't need that. Watch, it's also not in sprites anymore. Because for some reason I put Explosion there. I think it was the very first sprite I ever made. That'll probably be why. Sprite is Explosion. The image data is Explosion image. Kind of horrible. Just goes off the screen. I'm sure I'll live. Okay, I will need to rebuild the art. No, I will have to add it to the backlist first. Explosion. Explosion. It is. I do want this. Ditch that. I don't even know what I'm expecting now. All bets are on. Sort of explosion that hasn't cleared off the screen properly. That's just not erased properly because the projectile's still there. But it didn't crash, which is definitely progress. Question is, was it a fluke? I don't think it was. I think it's just fine now. We have got that switched off, which is good. I'm going to give it a couple more goes. 3 times the charm, you know. Yep, fine. Do it again. I'm shooting from this angle. It's kind of funny that it doesn't finish properly, but, you know. Okay, didn't crash though, so that's all fine, which means all of this log guff can come right back out again. So many things to erase. Go away. Sure. We'll keep you for now. That can go. There's that one. That's actually quite useful. And everything else in here I think is under debug flag, so that's fine. Excuse me. Big yawns. Big yawns. Now, what's the log look like? Oh, still got a ton of stuff in it. Release render item. Release render item. Goodness, we don't need that hack anymore. What else? Where's me scroll bar gone? Overlapping sprite. Oh, and there's stuff in explosion. It's the overlapping sprite. That's just part of the arrays, isn't it? Probably leave that in for now. I think it is. Let's ensure it is. Okay. That's all part of the arrays as well. And then the stuff specifically for explosions. Gone. Okay. So then the next thing that's interesting is clearly this dying state is not being handled properly because we are not erasing the explosion when it dies or when it finishes its animation. So that would be in, I suppose, if it's just not dead, then erase it. That's not happening. It's interesting. It's what I assume is happening anyway. We've got here a log, might be easy to see. Q, 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 Q. Alright, it's manageable. The player is overlapping with the projectile, that makes sense. Sentry is overlapping with the projectile. And then an explosion is overlapping with a projectile. That's kind of interesting. It's a little bit weird. Well, he says they're at the same position, but I imagine that's accurate for a projectile. And the player is, I guess that's potentially another projectile. This just feels like it's not, the explosion's not reaching the end of its animation, or it doesn't think it is. It's nice to have a log. Right. Explosion. Do you know what? Let's, in fact, do that, and then we'll chuck an arrays in as well. And a draw, why not? Oops, go and spell cats. Stop that. Log. Explosion dying. So it is reaching the end of the animation, and it's setting the state. are we calling? Because explosions update was empty, because there isn't any logic really for explosions. Are we even calling explosions update? We are. Damn. When are we calling it? Before the arrays. Is that right? Because surely the idea is that we want the arrays to happen. But that's what we're doing with the enemies, isn't it? If alive, do the normal update. Otherwise, if dying, set to dead. And we're doing that before we call enemies arrays. If not dead, arrays. How does that work? That just does the world render. Okay. I'm extremely puzzled by that. The whole point of that dying state is to make sure it gets erased. But we're just moving on from dying to dead right before we call the arrays. Is it working by coincidence at the minute? Like, no, it can't be, because the project. I was wondering if maybe the projectiles arrays was reconstituting the background for the enemy. But the projectile's way smaller than the enemy is, so it would only work for a chunk of the enemy. It wouldn't erase the whole thing. So how is that enemy being erased? I'm going to have to sanity check the enemies now, just because clearly I'm not understanding my own code here. do it for the enemies as well. It's a lot of log. Interesting. Ah, no, but that's the other ones, isn't it? Okay, that's not that useful. Unless I print the pointer out as well. God damn. Forgot about that. Yeah, I have to print out the pointer value. Didn't print the pointer out for that. Oh well. Be safe to assume it's that one. Be not safe to assume that at all. Cool, cool. Not safe. What? Oh, I see, I think. Let's have a look at that. That's not the one I meant. Yeah, so the enemies update is where the dying flag is set. So it gets set to dying there. It gets erased because it's not dead. It isn't drawn because it's not alive. And then in the next update, the dying goes dead. So that works for enemies. It should work for the explosion as well then. Okay. Did I just rebuild that? I think I did. Can't remember. Shall I? Okay. So that's it working for the enemy. I did print out the point. Oh, there's only one explosion. It's fine. So that's okay. So that's the draw. Then in the following update, we set it to dying, but we don't erase it. Don't erase there. Oh, it's inside the drawer. Oh, well, it's simple as that then, isn't it? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Do it in the update. Or a banana. And now I don't know where the cursor's gone. There it is. I'll sort that. I'm so confident that's going to sort that. I'm going to take all of those out. Okay, explosion went. Projectile's still there though. Feels like the projectile's just not dying. You're doing some screams, darling. What are you screaming for? No. We've reached the part of the day where Dora runs around like a mad thing. Good stuff. Okay. That was a good airplane he is. You're done now. You finished being a mad girl. Okay. That is all fine. I'm going to leave that where it is. Well, before Dora started screaming at me, I was thinking something, and I can't now remember what it was. This is typical. Projectiles. Yes, projectiles. Oh, I know why. I think the projectile is forced to die, I think, here somewhere. So maybe in here? Yes. So that's probably going to be in the wrong order again, isn't it? That's going to be, so the projectile is set to dying at that point, which is inside enemy update, which is there. So the projectile update is then going to run. It's then going to go, oh, my dying flag's been set. It's going to set it dead. So to fix this the same way as the last one, we just reorder those functions. But having functions that really shouldn't be related, having the order of them be tremendously important is just grisly coding. So let's not do that. Ideally, the enemy shouldn't be telling the projectile to set itself to dying. We almost need a secondary flag for the projectile saying you've hit something. Which is not unreasonable, because it's not unreasonable to say that a projectile might have health, you know, because then you can shoot multiple things with the same projectile. That could well be something we might want. Oh man, I persuaded myself. So instead of saying you is dead, you could probably do something a bit nicer. The projectile take damage. It's not really, is it take damage? I mean, in theory, you'd want to know just projectile hit something and then tell it what it hit. I mean, it's kind of grisly that this whole function is looping over the projectiles when it doesn't own them. But we'll deal with that another day. Now, that is not strictly true on hit enemy. Because what if it's an enemy projectile? Check that there. Okay, fine. What is enemy here? Is that an enemy data? Okay, projectile. We'll deal with that later as well. I can't even see it. Okay. Enemy data, which is again slightly grisly that you would know what an enemy is, but it's not the worst thing in the world. That's just because you don't know what an enemy data is, isn't it? That's what you complained about there. Well, here's the thing. You don't need to worry about what an enemy data is, because it's basically a pointer as far as you're concerned. Thank you. I'm not even going to look inside it, so we're not going to need it, but it's there in case I want it later. So what we will do, in fact, is I suppose we can just have a health value. That'll do. That'll do. Now, we recycle projectiles, so when do we reset that value? Spawn time. Okay. So then, we've got an update. Here's your projectile. Yeah, we don't need to do any of that. So if you're alive and you've got no health, you is now dying. Carry on. Because we don't want it colliding with anything else. I don't feel like I've missed something there. That doesn't matter either. Okay. That's probably fine. Do? What's happened there then? Oh, for goodness sake. He's dead out. You carry on, darling. Scratch away. Ricky, that was slow. I guess there's a lot of logging happening there. But it worked out. Log, log, log. There's not that much in the log, actually. What was slowing that down then? Bit weird. I'm going to pretend I didn't notice. Okay, so that seems to work. I'm still not mad keen on... Where is it? On having these little dangling LCFs all over the shop. They should really be part of that. But I can't put them in there until I figure out how I'm going to deal with the enemy special case. So we'll deal with that another day. Alright, projectiles are rendering fine. Let's re-enable pickups. Oh, I don't think they will be broken. I think it was a red herring thinking that the pickups weren't compiled. Because the flag's going to be forced in that function anyway. Let's prove that. really strange drum roll noise from the floor behind me. When I turned around, it was Dora shaking her head next to a cardboard box, whacking it with her little ears. You would think that would hurt. She never seems to notice. Okay. What is going on there? So, sort of, yeah, and then it's sped up again, and now it's slowing down again. It's annoying that the exhaust trail is causing that weird erasing effect. Indeed, on the background tiles as well. But we'll deal with that later as well. We can shoot him. It's not all fine, look. That's left some shit on there on the screen there. What's that? I'll turn these exhaust trails off because I don't trust them. Because I think they're fucking things up. Oh, that's what it is. It's the wall particles. Because yeah, they are broken, so that's fine. But we don't get any corruption on the pipe flying over it with the exhaust trail switched off, so that's good. That's limited to the exhaust trail. It will be nice to get this code optimized so it stops flickering horribly as well. That's later as well. Kabang. Now we got some crap there though. That feels like projectiles over. That's not helpful. That's a whole other corruption issue. But that little bit of projectile guff on the left there, that feels like projectiles overlapping other projectiles is causing that. It's quite strange. Unless it was just that I... Are you finished squeaking, strange cat? What time is it? Oh yes, it's an hour before dinner time, so the screaming is going to start again now. It may have been just that we flicked past the boundary. It is very close to that. Let me get a screenshot of that, and then of that. Where have the files gone? There they are. I would not like to animate. Okay, so there's okay. It's not on the boundary then, so that is unrelated to the flip. I wonder if it is projectiles overlapping other projectiles. Needs more investigation. That was weird just to let me type then. Okay, I think DOSBox is being weird because it's crashed and I've had to reset the instance a bunch of times. So I'm going to restart the application completely because I don't trust it. Sure. Hang on, I'll have to update OBS. 1 second. Studio box. There we go. Okay, that's an awful lot faster suddenly. I always have to remember that. Oh, again, and I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, that guff that we saw a second ago, that might just be those wall particles. All right, let's disable the wall particles as well, because they're also rendered in a silly way that doesn't really work properly with the new renderer. Where is that? It must be in projectile. Podge. Raj. Something about one projectiles. Here we are. In fact, well, you can update them as much as you like, I don't care, just as long as you don't draw or erase them. You probably don't even try to erase them, do you? No, and that's half the problem. So, let's just get rid of all of that. Okay. Right, so with a bit of luck, we shouldn't now get any corruption from sprites overlapping things. We're still going to get crap when we reach the edge of VRAM and flip over to the other side, and we're still going to get slight corruption in the tile rendering, especially, yeah, there we go, all of that stuff. That's fine, that's a whole other issue we'll deal with separately. I just want to make sure that we don't get any nonsense. We should probably do much more shooting as well. Yeah, that's more tile stuff. That again is fine in inverted commas. Oh, of course, I also need to fix the flipping on those sprites, because half of them are facing the wrong way now. I'm so used to that, I don't even see it anymore. Those explosions were all in the wrong place. But that's sort of not surprising. Also, I think all of these... I think these pickups are animating twice as fast as they should be, aren't they? Faster they animate. Difficult to be sure. Oh, okay, that's a bit of a problem. I'm getting projectiles stuck to the door, and I can... Oh, hello. And it crashed. Found a new bug. Doors. Well, okay. What's going on with the doors? I mean, we can shoot through it. I think just on the... Is it a single sprite? I can't remember. I think it's 2 sprites because I think they have to be square. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think we've got 2 door sprites for each door. Yes, title address 2. Hello there, Genesis. Welcome in. Just in time for the crash. Hello. I mean, just in time for the crash. You can pick any time of day. It's always crashing. It's fine. It always crashes up until, you know, ship. And then it still crashes, but less often. Well, hopefully less often anyway. What time is it? Crash out time. Right. I really didn't like the way I did the doors, to be fair. 2 little sprites. It does cause a whole bunch of other problems. It's fine. We carry on. Oh, yeah, because we have to write it back to the tile map so that we know, yeah, the door's there when it's off screen. So, how are we even doing collision detection? Is that in projectile? Not door? Really? Oh, we're explicitly
in the
not.
walkthrough I saw on YouTube,
Oh, it's
and
called 10.
in
Hello,
my
yeah, welcome
own
in.
studies, this game on the first puzzle
It's this game again.
will crash Windows 2 out of 3 times.
See, that crashes more than Space Cats does.
It's, and I thought it was me. I thought I was messing up. Like I thought I just totally beefed it, but no. It turns out it's the game.
That scared you.
Oh no! Oh, I forgot.
Should give you a shout out to iTunes, to be honest. It adds to the auto list. Can I remember how to do the manually?
So sorry.
Probably not.
Okay, well, now you get to see it for yourself.
Here we go. That work?
Say, that looks good.
Remember that one.
I know, right? It does. Can we view the pictures? Aww. You can't even play the slideshow.
So weird.
That was the best part so far. That was the best.
Right. So this seems to explicitly not look out for doors, which suggests that the doors do it themselves. Doors are doing it for themselves. Popular song. Projectile. Oh, here we are. I'm looking at it. To do. Don't do this here. Thanks, me. I mean, it's not unreasonable. Door top left is position plus nout. What is this code? Oh, hello. The screaming's begun again. If shout at me is going to scare me even more. At least I didn't play any of my shameful clips. I don't know that I've seen any of your shameful clips. Probably for the best. Magic numbers like 0, yeah? I assume that had a value at some point, and then I realised while testing different numbers that I didn't actually need it. But then I wasn't confident enough that I didn't need it to actually take that out. So I just left it as 0. Clearly it's not correct because it's still behaving weirdly. So. Just made one of when I was trying to write gang on the Nintendo DS and I kept getting lowy. Oh, you mean like handwriting recognition? Louis. I don't even know how you get that from gang. I mean, at the very least, you would think that I would just shove all of this crap into a function. I mean, it's sort of easy. It's in a function right here. But, you know. Oh, hello. Now it's this old trick again. You can't be doing that. Past me. You can't be going setting it dying from outside of its own update. That's outrageous behaviour. We haven't really hit an enemy though, have we? So I can't very well call on hit enemy. On hit door, I think you'll find. No, this is even more insane than the enemy code dealing with projectiles. I am quite correct in what I said here. Well done, past me. The question is, why did I leave that as a to-do? As a to-do, rather than just moving it? It suggests that it's not a simple task to just move it. I suppose because the projectile would need to get a list of doors. And that's probably not easily accessible from outside. So what we could do instead is we could have the projectile just ask door, have I hit any door and what's its data? That would do. Okay. All right, let's do that. Door data? Is it called door data? What is pointer? We don't know because it's hidden inside that. Oh, they're all just world sprites. Oh, that's a projectile. Door data, that's what I wanted. Okay. So, anything, you'll tell me about it with a pointer. Door. Get door overlapping. You know, that works. Door overlapping of this point. Get off. Get off. I like to use my mouse pointer to point at things. I don't want pop-ups while I'm doing it. That position is going to be a world position, isn't it? Because it would be bananas for it to be anything else. Yeah, it's a world sprite. It's bound to be a world position. All right. It's not going to be for each alternate now, is it? It's going to be all of them. Fine. That's what I wanted. Mount for you. Hello, stuff's happening. Must be that famous hit, Lowy, Lowy, oh baby, etc. No request death function. I mean, there's an obvious joke to be made there, but I shan't make it. Where's my door? Right, I've closed it. I've closed it. I've closed the door. Now I'm doing it by tile address there. Blech. Oh, this is nonsense. For every door, if the door is alive, then something like this. Probably want to check the door state also. We'll leave it up to the asker. Josh, Dora. Josh. Don't need to add anything to that. Well, we probably do. Those are context extras. Those are fine. Get off. Right, add up left, and then we'd add a size offset, and then we'd say get off. We wouldn't say get off. That's world pulse. What's going on? Return. Blank. Otherwise, note. Okay. Not equal to open. So maybe we should filter on that, but would it ever make sense to say, tell me about the open door at this point? Probably not. That's all commented out. So basically just that. So now the projectile will do that. Go. Oh, that's the actual, that's the door logic there. Okay, so we did used to do the doors, didn't you? Deal with that in a minute. I only imagine the shenanigans that would happen if an object destroyed itself. Fair point. Dora, shush. It's not dinner time yet. No, it's not. No. It's 3:20. So you've got to wait 40 minutes, haven't you? You can count 40 minutes in your little pussycat head, can't you? Yes, I thought you could. And we don't care about that, do we? No, we've only checked against open, so it's closed or opening, I think is the other one. Yes. So if... Oh, hang on, what am I doing? I need to check the collision. Next door overlapping. Call the other one get door at, which is a lot shorter. I'm going to call it get door. For each... Oh, hang on. We're in for each projectile. Repulse. It's closed, and I've got the key. I've got the secret. Then we open the door. And take this reference to tile addresses. Okay. I mean, it might be nicer since this is going to be the API from outside. Maybe we just say open door data, because then we don't need to know about tile addresses. That would probably be nicer. Almost argue I'd rather get rid of those as well, but either way, at that point, we then, because we are the projectile, it is reasonable for us to mark ourselves as deed. Or we could just do that. Yeah, all right, we do it. I've got a function for it. I've got a function for hitting enemies. That's not what we're doing. I'm going to cheat. So then we will spawn ball particle. That's not necessarily incorrect. We're already going for dying. Doesn't really matter about that then. Okay. That seemed much more straightforward than I was expecting, which leads me to conclude that I've forgotten something important. Well, I mean, this is bullshit for a start. We know it's bullshit because it broke, but it is at least more easily investigated now. Okay. Of course, now I've got to go all the way around there again. I also need at some point to fix the bug where the enemies don't shoot at me. They stopped shooting at me some time ago. I don't know why. Anyway, so I think if I shoot at the top of the door, the projectile goes through it. Oh, no, not anymore. Interesting. How many of these do I need before you crash? I mean, you're going sort of over it, which is a bit rubbish. You're not spawning any wall particles either. Oh, no, you are. I've just disabled them. Okay, that's fine. What happens if I shoot the bottom? Also nothing. Really? I haven't fixed anything, though. I just moved some code around. Oh, I don't like the flavour it had at all. Really? I mean, it looks horrible because the projectiles go over the top of the door, but it is behaving correctly. Except for the fact that the doors are wiggling as I'm scrolling around. Yeah, up and down particularly looks terrible. But that'll be because there's two of them. You can actually see there where it's flickering. So there's a sprite version and then there's a tile version underneath. So we need to make sure the tile version isn't drawn. Which we can cheat by just taking it out of the tile map for now. We're just painting it black in the tile map, but at some point I'm going to want to put a real background in. So we'll have to fix that more sensibly. We must have, because there are special tiles for the exit and things like that, that we must have a function that says, should I actually not draw this? And it must be in world.8. I know you're in here. I know you're in here. One of the special ones, or are the specials just filtered at render time anyway, or should they be? You're not going to be able to tell me where that is, are you? Thanks, mate. I'll find it myself. There you go. Where's special one? Special. Special last. Okay, so there's various pickups. What does the render actually do with those tiles? This is draw region, that's not relevant. Then we want actually we probably want end draw tiles. There it is. That isn't filtering anything. Which makes sense. You wouldn't add it to the draw list if you weren't going to draw it. So bit of that then. Check spawnable. Oh, I see. Yeah. If it should be a sprite. Okay. That's not really what we want. Is tile drawable? That's right there. That's what we wanted. Okay. If it's drawable rather than invisible. So that should be anything to do with doors. Shouldn't be being drawn anyway. So is that actually an issue with the sprite? Because it looks exactly the same as the issue we had with the pickups earlier, which was caused by this. Well, not this very bit of code, but by the same thing. Drawing a tile and a sprite in the same-ish position. We aren't filtering it in the sprite arrays, that's why. Okay. Ah, crumbs. Can I? No, that's an inline function in that source file, so I can't call it from that. Fucking hell. Well, there's an easy way to solve that problem. Ta-da! What do you mean you don't know what a world tile is? What header did I move? Well, oh god, I wonder if this is going to be a header not problem. Where was world tile? World types.h, which you don't include, but presumably world h does, maybe? Okay. By the way, types. What? What are you talking about? This may just be Wang being silly. I'm going to take that out again, and I'm just going to let GCC have a go, and we'll see what errors that comes up with. Okay, that's fine in there. I mean, it's a global function, which is kind of horrible, but it'll work. Add it to the list of 500 other things that we'll fix later. We're never going to fix them. And in the meantime, the sprite arrays, which is an image who is over here, erase. Oh yeah, and then you're going to call draw region, which is somewhere in this function. I cannot see it. There it is. There we go. That's where we're filtering. So if it is if it's blank, if it's a pickup, or that is not what I meant, or if it is not drawable, which actually kind of supersedes that. It's fine. If not is drawable, well done. Workday equals over. Sounds good, cat peasant. I'm going out later, and I keep looking out the window to try and decide, is it going to be blazing sunshine that requires me to only wear a t-shirt? Or is it going to be pouring down with a thunderstorm? These are important questions because I shall be on a break. It literally, when I started saying that sentence, I was looking out the window and it looked like a thunderstorm. I've turned around again now and it's blazing sunshine again. I think I'm going to have to wear a t-shirt and a raincoat. I think that's the only way of dealing with this. Anyway, big bunch of errors. Redefinition. Oh, did I cut and paste it like a big lazy person? I bet I did. 9755. Oh. No, that's a much smaller function. Who even calls it in here? No one calls this function. It doesn't need to exist. Get rid of that. Doris. It's not dinner time, you daft animal. It's half. It doesn't matter how loud you scream, it's still not dinner time. It's 3:30. 3:30 is not anybody's dinner time. That would be a world gone topsy-turvy, wouldn't it, pussycat? Yes, it would. Oh, errors. Wah to you too. World tile was not declared. Well, that's going to make things complicated. Maybe we put it in world then. Oh, this will teach me to move things. I mean, it doesn't need to be in world renderer. It can go in world. Itch that one. Where are you calling is tile? No, like you're doing it. So also not world is tile drawable. That's called somewhere else though, isn't it? Is tile drawable? It's drawable. There it is. You will also do world is tile drawable. Anybody else while we're on? Oh Lord. How many of them are there? Hundreds. Okay, we're done. Go away, go away. And then you open up world H and we add it to this massive list of weird little inline functions. Weird incorrect errors. Okay, fine. Now you're going to build, aren't you? Aren't you? Why does everything complicated compile really easily? And the trivial things give me 500 errors. I mean, 500 errors didn't inline function, so. But it's not in world for a start. I cut and pasted it. I didn't even check. What am I doing? Because the other ones aren't. And the other ones should be. Dora shush. Dora, stop screaming. I am going to take you back to the shop and swap you for a polite cat. How about that? Yeah, I thought you'd say that. Dora, shush. Stop screaming at me. It's not dinner time. It's not dinner time. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can glare at me all you want. It's not going to make dinner time come any faster. What a pesky little animal. I can't even remember what I'm testing. Oh, the doors. I mean, ignoring that other bit of corruption, that has solved that particular problem. They're still kind of a bit. They're still a bit shaky. But it's difficult to tell with all the flickering and the other shit going on, so I don't know how much I care. Let's go back to shooting it. I don't like the fact that this has spontaneously started working now. Because I didn't change any of the logic around shooting doors, I just moved it. And now I can no longer shoot through it and doesn't crash anything. Deeply strange. Have one of them. Right, now if I've got the key, can I open the door? No. Yes, apparently. Except it just sort of exploded. And we've got another issue there. Oh, forget, we've got a big fat issue there. What the heck? Oh, Lord. Who'd be a programmer, I ask you? Too many overlaps. Doesn't sound good. Oh, because none of the projectiles are dying. Okay, that it was reasonable why that would lead to a crash. Okay. Don't know how much I care about that yet, though. I think I want to know what's going on with the doors first. You testing doors, and doors testing you. How true. She's got so sick of shouting at me, she spent a little bit going to shout at her automatic feeder, which, funnily enough, also didn't give her any food. It's so sad being a cat, isn't it? Oh, Lord. Right. Do I mean, maybe I care about this because it's in front of me. It would involve me looking at the code for. Do you know what I know? I bet I know exactly what it is. It'll be the same thing. It'll be enemies code setting the projectile to be dead. Yeah, that's the code right there. That was a good guess. Because that's the update on the reactor turret. You shouldn't be doing that. You should not be doing that. You could be politely asking. Items S. Is there an enemy data? I mean, the reactor's an enemy. It's got an enemy data, hasn't it? Has not it? Yeah. We've got an enemy there. Not using it, we just need to pass it through. Okay, that should solve that problem at least. shush. Dora, stop screaming. Grumpy noises. Doors? Definitely sure I can't get through that. I mean, 100 different corruption errors, but it's all fine. Take that. Well, of course, it wasn't even the door I was testing this time, was it? I'd quite like to be able to get this door open without shooting that reactor, which is going to be quite difficult. It's definitely not opening. Do I have to shoot the bottom? I do. Okay. Now what happens if we shoot you? What happens if we shoot you? Oh, that looks a bit more sensible. Didn't crash. But ignore that. I think we even finished the level. Does it work? It does. Don't know why I wasn't expecting that to work, but there we go. Okay, that broke. Right, so the reactor's fixed. The door is still being a bit odd because I think what happened. Oh, I'm on the wrong level now. Get off. Oh, progress save. That again. So with the door, shooting the top of it didn't work, didn't open it. And also, it felt in the first test like if we shot it twice at the bottom, then it started doing the open animation, and then it was like we skipped the open animation. Now, maybe it's just really quick and flickery. Also, we've got blue gunk stuck on the left-hand side of the screen. That's interesting. And also that diamond at the top of the screen is doing something weird as well. What about if we have you... Yeah, if you're slightly clipped, you screw up. Interesting. I have to write this down. Where are we up to on the to-do list? That's still true. Oh, pick up some screws. We should re-enable screws. I forgot about screws, because they should be fine. I totally shouldn't have put myself off with that, because there was stuff I wanted to write down. What did I want to write down? Yes. Pickups. Raise. Balls must be shot in the bottom dial. And also projectiles. It was just the fact that they were on the edge of the screen. Okay. I wanted to re-enable screws, which is in explosion. If only I could spell. Here we go. Get off. Screws. Screws. Take that space out again. When do the screws die? During the draw? Nope. You can't go doing that. shush. Oh no, I'm just doing the wrong thing, aren't I? I don't want to change it to health. I want to just do this in the update. Right, I remember. Yeah, this is me being lazy. I just wasn't separating the draw and the update. So actually, none of this is draw. Where's the update gone? Oh, there it is. Specifically if it's live. Wait, what? If you're not dead, then you're dead. What? What? Did I copy pasted that and I've just not tested it yet? I think that must be what that is, because that's just silly. I think what I meant was, you would die, now you're dead. Probably also meant else. If point to stay, if the rest but to stay alive. Ah. And then we can do that because this is the update. Excuse me. Okay. Dorishosh. It's just such an incredible amount of screaming. Dorishosh. Okay. Now let's shoot this guy and see if we get some groove. We do. And they didn't corrupt anything. That's got to be good. Though, I say they didn't corrupt anything. That's because it was at the top of the screen again, isn't it? That's kind of strange. What is... Something is happening. It's like that diamond is at the bottom of the viewport there, and that's not showing any corruption issues as it's animating about. But anything that animates in the top few rows or on the left-hand side of the viewport screws up. That's the clipped arrays is not working on those sides, I bet. Yeah, because it hasn't been properly tested. I bet that's what it is. Okay, so, well, we can probably recreate it if I come down here. That's all fine. This might be this guy here. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, we wanted to look at doors. Doors. That's all fine. Dora, stop screaming. So if we shoot the top of the door, there's no opening. So that is presumably that get door at function is not correct when we shoot the top of it. That felt like it should have worked to me, but it didn't. Why does it take multiple goes? Projectiles come out at slightly different angles. So I think there's just a very small area on that door that actually responds. I think that collision detection code is entirely screwed. Screwed. Ironic. Anyway, that's all fine. That's all fine. That's all fine. Get rid of that. And don't really care about that either. Let's just reopen the door. So, going through every door, and we're saying the position is the top left of the door. I am not convinced that it is. Let's find out. Also, is it too screen? I think it's too screen. No, don't put it that way. It's a two screen. Yes. Get off. Get off my mouse pointer, for fuck's sake. Lazy, lazy. Okay. Actually, I don't even need to go to the door, do I? I can just do that. Will test it for me. I could be wrong. Oh, it's not on the screen, so it doesn't exist. Turns out that doesn't work. Oh, I didn't mean to rebuild it. Just run it. Jolly good. Well then. And boom. 1016, 1056. What does Tyled say? 1016, 1056. 1016, 1056. 1016, 1056. 1016 is the middle, and 1056 is the middle. Oh, that's the center of the door, then. That's not the top left at all. Well, that is not going to help. So if we're then going to add a door size to that, it's going to be in the wall. What's the other value? 1032, 1088. 16 by 32. Okay, yeah, that's probably right. 1032, 1088. It's, well, I mean, it's wrong by the same amount. 1032, 1088 is what here? Yeah. Okay. Eek. Ouch. So if that's the center, is it the same position for horizontal doors? Let's assume it is. I don't know why we would assume it was. We've got a flag for this, actually. We've got pointer vertical. Okay. If you're a vertical door, then that, otherwise that. Shush. Well, am I not allowed to use an initializer list for that? Well, aren't you picky? Oh, this is why I've got these like this. Okay. Ugh. Fine. These are in world coordinates. Okay. World. It was off by half a door width and half a door height. So actually, we could just halve that. We don't need this. But I'll do that. And position, and then taking the result of this and so I'll shift that lot by 1. So half a door's width and half a door's height. That ought to be fine. This, of course, is now wrong. No, it's not. No, that's still correct. All right. Be good. Be good. Five minutes. Good go. I love the variation on grumpy noises. So many different grumpy noises. Right. No, still seems to be working. Actually, that poses an interesting question, though, doesn't it? Which is how come when I was shooting up here earlier, if that isn't considered hitting the door, how come the projectiles stop there? That's really weird. I think the projectiles might be hitting something else. Those pickups just came through that wall. Ah, the bug parade. They're still not working. I think they're hitting something else. I think this is why you have to keep holding the button down. And now I can't get the door open at all. Okay, fine. I tell you what, you tell me where the door is now. And we'll see if we think it's in a worse position. What does the log say? Top left. Top left. 1016, 1056. Isn't that the number it said before? Isn't that exactly the same number? 1016, 1056. 1016, 1056. It is. It's in the middle of the door. Wait. Top. Oh, we're adding it. I didn't mean to add it. I meant to subtract it. But why is that? Oh, there. It's not in. No, it is in world coordinates. What? That should be even less. That should be even more broken. Why has it made no difference? It's a good job it's dinner time in a minute. Oh, no, it's not, because I've got to wait until I go out. Right, sorry, Dora, I'm having your dinner. I'm not. That would be grotesque. Imagine. Anyway. Oh, because I'm printing it out. Yeah, it's definitely getting to dinner time. Okay, let's take this and put it down here where it would be more sensible. Not that, but in fact, dot up there. Okay. Where do you think that door is now? That's a bit better, I think. 10:08, 10:40. 10:08, 10:40. 10:08, 10:40. That is the top left corner. Jolly good. Excuse me. 10:24, 10:72. 10:24, 10:72. That is the bottom right corner. Who knows if it works for horizontal doors? It works for, well, it's correct for vertical ones. I suspect it still doesn't work though. Because I reckon those projectiles are hitting something else. I assume doors are considered blocking. Mate, what's there? What a series of functions. Oh my. Oh, that's if they're open, I think. It's not non-blocking. Good God, who wrote this code? Oh, it was me. Okay, so we're just, well, okay, that's fine. So we're still detecting doors. We're just then asking the door whether it's been opened or not. That's doing the right thing, assuming that code works. So we should be coming in here. Okay, let's just run it again. I don't think it's going to work, but let's pick up the key and see if it opens. It'd be nice to fix the flipping on this sprite. Oh, it did work. Worked fine. Probably. I'll try it again. And then I think I'm going to stop. Because otherwise, Dora is going to gnaw off my leg. Your screams have been acknowledged. Customer service representative will be with you shortly. No, that worked fine. All right, I'm considering those fixed. Fixed? Oh, quite a few things fixed today, after the nonsense. All right, let us have a look up here again. That is basically happened. Needs compiled sprites, we've got all that. It's quite a big one, actually. And then we need to fix the scroll wrap thing. Well, that's the next biggest bit of corruption. That has all happened. Is that still true? I mean, I didn't notice if it is true. Oh, I didn't know about that bug. Yeah, we need that as well. Okay. Can't update any of that. These numbers will need updating later. Okay, fine. I'll leave it there then. Can we do a raid? Who is raidable? Perhaps. Oh, do you know what? I can't be bothered. Want to go and get me today? All right, fine. I'm gonna call off doing a raid because I'll have to talk to them for 5 minutes and I can't be bothered. Well, FTP and goodbye FTP. Thank you. All right. What am I doing? What day is it? It's Wednesday. Oh, so I'm doing Age of Empires tomorrow, at least in theory. And then I'll be back again on Tuesday for Subnautica, and then this again on Wednesday. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will see you next time. Ta-ta.